Alright. Hello, and welcome to another holiday Call of Cthulhu episode. This one's for Thanksgiving. I know we're a few days after Thanksgiving, but this was the nearest Saturday to that. And plus, it gave us all time to eat way too much food. So, so we're all just sort of hanging around. um, I'm Mike. I'm your keeper for the night. And I'm once again here with Robin, who keeps letting me kill her and drive her crazy. I don't know why. but
Hey, it's fun.
yeah, it's fun when it's not real.
Yeah.
Going crazy for real is not fun. Don't try it at home. So I'll throw it over to Robin and let you tell her, let you tell, let her tell you who her character is and all that stuff. So, Robin.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm playing Iris Dean. She is an English professor at Miskatonic University.
Did you come up with an age for her or
Yeah, she's 43.
43? Okay. And she's divorced, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Um, her story opens and the camera pans in on Miskatonic, Massachusetts. Um, the most of the people working at the university have Thanksgiving off because it's November 23rd, 1929. Um, it's colder than your average Thanksgiving. Last night, the low temperature was around 15 degrees. There was a light dusting of snow by morning, but it didn't hamper anybody getting around the small group of people that were still out and about on Thanksgiving. Most people are with their families, cooking like crazy, trying to get everything done. You know, by this time the turkey's in the oven. You know, so what what is Iris doing right now, given that she doesn't have to go into work today?
Uh, Preparing for Thanksgiving dinner, of course.
So, uh, are you are you having Thanksgiving dinner on your own, or who are you having dinner with?
Oh, my daughter's going to join me. She got Thanksgiving off because, she's a nanny housekeeper, and the family, of course, is going to be home themselves for Thanksgiving, so they don't really need
Right.
her around to watch the kids. So she's going to have Thanksgiving with me.
So, so the family didn't invite her to have Thanksgiving with them.
Well, they did, but she preferred to spend it with me. So
Okay.
they gave
Well,
her a choice.
cool. So, um, I'd say at this point, let me get my handy dandy dice tray of death here.
Oh, yeah, that's not ominous at all that you call it that.
So, uh, uh, I'd say it's about 8 in the morning. So, did you and your daughter decide what time you were gonna have everything ready and when she needed to be down for dinner, or just sort of
Yeah,
a
we're gonna have an early thing, like 3:30 in the afternoon. We're gonna.
no. Mm, Boston's not that far away, uh, so she should easily be able to make it. Um, you're just hoping the weather, after seeing the snow on the ground, you're just hoping the weather holds long enough for this to happen.
Right.
You, now, you said you're divorced.
Mm.
You, you don't speak to your ex because
I have not heard from him or anything about him for 4 years now. He up and split with one of his students, and that was the last I heard from him, aside from the papers he sent me.
and that sort of thing. The student was probably gone after a month or two. That's how those things go.
Well, at least I like to think so anyway.
So he went to the trouble of divorcing you, and then a couple months later, the bimbo split. Yeah. There are other colleges in the Massachusetts area, so depending on where he went, he could be working in another one somewhere. So, so you, um, after you get up and you see the white snow on the ground and you put the turkey in the oven, um, are you doing the whole mashed potatoes and stuffing and pie and all that?
Oh, yeah.
So you're gonna be working on things for the next few hours. Um, so is the daughter that's coming to dinner her uh the guy you divorced is also her father, correct?
Yes, correct.
So, um, so the next few, actually, I don't, I don't even, let me look at the character sheet, I don't even know if cooking is a skill on there or not. Uh,
No, doesn't look like it.
so, so I'm looking at it, trying to figure out what could be close for that. Um, actually, did you put anything in arts and crafts?
That's not on the 20s era sheet.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, yes it is. I'm seeing it. No, I didn't.
so that's the closest to anything resembling cooking that I can see. So you have a base 15% chance.
Oh, my thing says 5%. My sheet
Oh,
says 0.5 for
okay. Well, mine does too. I would just the the glare made it look like 15. So roll the dice and see if you get under 5%.
yeah, right.
You never know.
No, I got 35.
Well, okay. Things are progressing.
Nothing's on fire. That's a
No,
plus.
no, no. Things are progressing. If you would have got a 95 to 100, your house would have been burning down at this point. But, you know, things are going about as well as can be expected.
Oh, there's always something that goes
Mm,
wrong with Thanksgiving dinner.
mm.
I mean, one year my husband and I forgot to turn the oven on. Yeah, we were we had just a turkey breast, but we had it, in the oven for 2 hours cooking, and we realized we'd never turned the oven.
Actually, what it was actually doing was lounging in the oven.
Yeah,
It wasn't cooking.
no,
It was just chilling out in there.
right? Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. He was probably quite thrilled that you decided not to cook him. But, like, hey, I'm getting away with this. uh, but, so, it's a lot of work, even if there's two of you, it's still a lot of work. You spend the next 3 to 4 hours watching the turkey, making pies, you know, doing the stuffing and the potatoes, and around noon, you're to the point where you just gotta keep everything warm until she gets here. And about 2 o'clock, your, your doorbell rings. I'm assuming you go to the door to answer your door.
Yes.
And you look out the peephole and it's your daughter. Uh, she seems to be carrying a handful of mail. What is your daughter's name?
Dorothy.
Dorothy. So I'm assuming you open the door, right?
Yes, of course.
You're like, nah, go home. So Dorothy walks in, gives you a big hug. You close the door, and she hands you a pile of mail. And they're all addressed to you. Well, they're addressed to you, but they have the address on them of the family where Dorothy's a nanny.
Well, that's strange. The post office must have screwed something up.
And as she hands them to you, um, she says, for some reason, these all came to me.
I'll look at the address on it. That's strange. I'll have to, after the holiday or after Thanksgiving, I'll have to go down to the post office and try to sort this out.
You look at the address on the top, and every single one of them is from your ex.
Now, did Dorothy open these or are they still sealed?
They are still sealed. And if you look at the address, it's from Andover, Massachusetts, close to where Cambridge, uh, not Cambridge, but close to where Harvard University is.
So he's still in Massachusetts, and I haven't heard anything from or about him for 4 years. I mean, nobody around has seen him. That's pretty weird.
There's there's um there's 8 letters in this pile.
Can I tell the date and I mean the which one's the oldest by the date stamp?
Yeah, the postmark. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Oddly enough, all of them. uh, The oldest one is 2 years ago, and they go up from there. The latest one was yesterday.
Hmm.
So, given that there are 8 of them, and it took 2 years, nah, one every what, 3 months, with the latest one being yesterday.
First of all, I'm wondering how he even got that address.
he may he may have known your you know that family's address before you guys even got divorced.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, if you've only been divorced 4 years, if she's been working there longer than
Oh,
that,
no, she was 17 when we got divorced. So.
oh no. So anyway, so how long's it been since you two have seen each other?
Dorothy and me,
Yeah.
a couple, saw each other a couple weeks ago on a weekend. She gets the weekends off. So.
Okay. So as you guys start chatting about what's been going on the last couple of weeks, as you're setting the table, getting ready to. I'm assuming you've been keeping the food warm, so
Yes.
all you really have to do is serve it. Um, she's like, the letters from Dad are the strangest thing that's been going on up where I am. The kid's been pretty cool. The parents are never home. Yeah. So I've pretty much got the run of the place. Um, so what's been going on at the university the last couple of weeks?
Well, my students aren't listening, and I have a couple that are showing potential in, as far as my, the English class is going. Some of the essays, though, you can tell that, these college students would rather be off doing whatever they do these days than sitting in a classroom.
Especially the closer it gets to the holidays.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be home. Mm. 'Cause- and as you say that, you just realize that right after Thanksgiving, or not too far from there, you've got finals coming up
Hmm.
with how many students are in your classroom? How many students do you end up teaching?
There's 20.
Uh, so you've got 20 final exams to come up with.
Right.
Yeah, right between Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's like,
And a few of them I might as well just automatically grade F right now.
that bad, huh?
Yeah, one or two of them.
She says there's always a couple who are more interested in seeing how much alcohol they can intake than class. So,
Well, it is college, so yes, I guess you have to allow for that. It would be nice if they didn't do it before my class, though.
she says, yeah, but even that's better than them doing it during your class. So,
That's true.
a hungover student is better than a drunk one. uh,
Excuse me.
she's um Dorothy tells you that um the parents were home for a couple of days last week and then went off on another trip. Um, she says that they discussed the the situation for Christmas and that they they would be home that Christmas week, yeah, to do the standard presents and all that stuff, so that she could actually get an entire week off around Christmas.
Oh, that would be great.
And she says, do you already have Christmas plans or what's your teaching schedule? I know that's around the end of the semester, so.
Right. Well, I will definitely be home on Christmas and Christmas Eve.
So,
We all need a little break after finals.
yeah. Because by then your brain is melting. Because
Right.
you've just graded 20 English finals and you're like, ah.
Right.
So, well, you let me know what days you're actually off because I was actually, if you got room in the house, I was actually thinking of coming and staying a few days, know, Christmas, Christmas Eve and Christmas
Oh, yeah, you're more than welcome to do that. That would be nice.
and we we can decorate the tree and do all that silly stuff that people do for Christmas.
Of course.
Um,
As long as it's not snowing too hard. I don't want you driving down if the weather is too bad.
well, yeah, that's always a factor. We'll have to see how that goes. Um, and I was wondering, just out of curiosity, whether there'd be any more letters from Dad by then.
Yeah. Well, if there are, definitely bring them down.
Yeah.
I noticed you didn't open these.
Nope.
Well, I guess
They,
they are addressed to me.
yeah, they are addressed to you. He, he apparently knows my address, so if he wanted to write to me, he could have done it. So, given that it took him 2 years to finally write to you, God knows what's in the letters.
And you've been hanging on to these for 2 years, at least some of them, and you haven't mentioned to me that before now that he's written?
I basically, when I get them I put them away in my room and forget about them.
Well, guess that makes sense.
The the only reason I remembered to bring them today is that one of them showed up yesterday.
Mhm.
So, you'll have to tell me what's in them once you open them.
Well, we could open them together after dinner. See what there is. See what he has to say for himself.
Yeah, we can do that. And then, as she's putting like the last fork and the last spoon down, she's like, "You have any alcohol in the house?"
I do. Why?
Well, and this is a rather odd request because this is like prohibition and the beginnings of prohibition because prohibition was during the depression and it's 1929, so you're basically on the edge of that. So it's like, so it's a rather odd thing that she would ask you whether there's alcohol in the house or not. But it is the holidays, so everybody's got a little bit in the house for the holidays. The quality might suck, but yeah. Um, and she helps you after you get the table set. She helps you bring the food over. And so, what kind of alcohol do you have in the house?
Well, I have a couple bottles of wine.
Okay.
Don't have any hard liquor.
Uh, well, you pour each of you a glass of wine as you get the foods spread out on the table. Um, since there's only two of you, you have yeah, your average size dining room table, nothing too big. So one of you are on each end and start filling your plates, and pretty soon you've been chatting and eating for about an hour, and yeah, you guys are down to the pumpkin pie and the whipped cream and yeah, whatever other desserts you decided to make. And as per usual, you attempt to get up to yeah, move something. And that's when you realize just how much food you have had.
Right.
And you're, and you, and Dorothy's like, yeah, she sees you do that. And she goes, yeah, I'm pretty stuffed too. Uh, we might want to leave the rest of this for some other day.
Yeah.
Um, She says, why don't we pour another glass of wine for each of us, go sit on the sofa by the fire and see what these mystery letters are all about.
Yeah, might as well.
So,
So we'll start with one, the first one from 2 years ago.
so you guys sort of hurriedly, um,
Waddle.
well, you hurriedly put the food away and put the dishes in the sink, and you're like, we'll deal with this more later. It's because you, neither one of you is really in shape to do major loads of dishes and all that crap. So you do that, and then both of you sit next to each other on the sofa, and there's this pile of 8 letters on the coffee table, and you spread them out, looking for the postmarks on them. Because as you said, you wanted to start with the
Oldest
furthest,
one.
the oldest one, and the uh, you open it and read it, and the gist of what it says is, I've relocated to Hanover. I got an associate professor position in Harvard. Um, doesn't pay near as well as what I was making before the divorce, but it's a start, I guess. Um, and the preceding, in the 2 years leading up to this letter, um, Andy and I have split. I have no idea where she went. I woke I woke up one morning and her and all of her stuff was gone.
Aw, that's too bad.
Eh, ultimately, she was costing me too much money anyway. Oh, always wanting this or that fancy outfit and such. It's like young kids are ridiculous that way. Yeah. Hope you and Dorothy are doing well. Signed, what was his name to begin with? I don't think.
Robert.
Okay. Si- signed Robert, whatever your last name. Well,
Dean. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, Robert. And, well, and you, from there you go on through these letters, and the next couple were pretty much similar to that. He tells you about his new, tells you more details about his new teaching position, and blah, blah, blah. Um, but you get up to like letter 4 and 5, and his attitude changes, uh, almost like he's starting, like he's all of a sudden nervous, uh, and I won't say paranoid, but uh, you can tell that something is definitely wrong. And as long as the two of you were married, even in a letter, you can tell, yeah, when there's something up with him, and
Right.
something's and you start to feel like something strange is going on. And letters 6 and 7, it starts, even though he won't really give you details, it, you can tell it's getting worse and worse. They're, they're definitely, he's worried about something.
But he's not saying specifically what.
Right.
So that's pretty weird. I guess I'll read the last one and see what it says. One that came what yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah. Or, it came yesterday. It was postmarked a couple of days before that.
Hmm.
But it's still, you know, it's basically within the last week that this was done. And you read it, and it makes absolutely no sense. He talks about something being after him, that ever since he got the teaching position and that Andy left, it's felt like there was something watching him.
Now he says something and not someone.
Well, he's not sure. And the letter is the longest of all 8 of them. And he's sort of disjointed and rambly. This is like a 4-page letter. And um, let's see. What what do I want to do? Um, Cthulhu's got to have an investigation on there somewhere.
Spot hidden, I think, is the closest to investigation.
Yeah, I can never get used to that. So when I say investigate, it's that.
Okay.
um, So give me, as you're looking at this letter, give me a spot hidden roll.
Okay. Oh, I barely missed it. That was 47 out of 40.
27 out of 40.
No, 47 out of 40.
Oh,
Barely missed it.
how many luck points do you have?
25.
Do you want to use 7 of them or not?
Well, chance that I would get under 40 probably isn't that good.
Well, no, what happens is you roll 47 out of 40. If
Right.
you if you spend 8 luck points, it drops that to 39
Oh, okay.
and you actually succeed on your roll.
Okay.
But it takes 8 points out of your luck pool, so that would make it go down to 17.
Right. I'll go for it. Sure.
Okay,
This seems like something important.
so you spend 8 luck. Your luck pool's down to 17 now. But you succeed on your spot hidden roll. As you're reading the letter, the last page is completely disjointed. And the last line is, I know we haven't talked in 4 years, but I need you to come down and help me, or come up and help me. If you don't, this may be the last. This may be the last letter, and it's signed Robert. But you're with your luck and your spot hidden roll. You know, as you're putting the letter down, you notice around the bottom edge there's blood, and it says OPS. Don't let Dorothy know anything about this.
Oh, a little late for that. I've been reading the letters out loud to her.
Well, yeah, but he does. He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that she would collect them and bring them all to you at once, and you'd be sitting around the fireplace with a glass of wine.
Right. And the funny thing is, I just read the PS out loud to her.
Right?
So, so we're both going, what the fuck?
Yeah, because both of you are mm, just a little bit tipsy about now because with dinner and then with more wine after dinner, the two of you have pretty much almost killed off a bottle of wine, and so you're both a little sideways. So, given all that, what do you do?
Well, you said the last letter was like super disjointed and going off and on weird tangents. So I'm gonna ask. Dorothy, like, does any of this make any sense to you? Do you know what he's talking about here? I mean, I know you haven't talked to him any more recently than I have, but what is this?
She's like, I didn't I didn't even know about Andy, much less any of the rest of this shit. He's teaching at Harvard. Yeah.
I'm surprised he was able to get another teaching job.
He probably didn't tell them what happened down
Well,
here.
and they must not have spoken to the board of this school either
No,
before hiring him.
no, no. They probably looked at the PhD and the years of teaching, and that's probably all they looked at. And that day and age, what he did wasn't all that uncommon. In fact, most male professors probably did that. It's just that nobody ever found out about it.
Right. Well, the school board found out about him.
Well, yeah, he was the unlucky one.
Yeah, well, maybe doing it in his office wasn't the smartest thing he could have done.
Yeah,
With the door unlocked, not knowing if any of his colleagues were going to walk in at any moment. So, there you go.
yeah. Well, yeah. He didn't plan that very well.
No.
So, and even if they did find out about that, all he had to do was promise he wouldn't do it again, and they'd be like, "All right." It's not like today when they cut his head off or something. So, yeah. And Dorothy's like, so that's why you two ended up getting a divorce, huh?
Yes, and it wasn't my choice. He was the one that served me after he decided to run off with Andy.
Yeah. Yeah. Dorothy said, well, from what these letters look like, that all didn't work out very well either.
Now, I can't say as I'm surprised. I mean, she was how much younger than him?
Well, if he was around your age, like 45 or something like
Mhm.
that, she was like 19.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. So I'm not surprised he didn't hold her interest for very long.
uh, right. Once the sex got old, she was out of there. So,
Especially since, as he mentioned, he wasn't making as much as he was here. So the sex got old and the money got less.
yeah, and the kid both probably looking to find herself another professor that's making more money and
Right.
maybe a little younger. So, but as far as the rest of this goes, I have no idea what's going on up there.
Do you think I should go up there and see what's going on? Sounds I don't know if it sounds dangerous per se, because to me it sounds like most of whatever this is probably in his head.
Well, you that was your original thought until you saw the blood on the edge of the letter. Then
Haven't you
you're,
ever gotten a paper cut?
yeah, well, so she's like, it is weird, Um, when do you have to start? When's your next class?
Monday. I have Friday off, so next class is Monday.
So you got, so we got 3 days. Uh, I'll go up there with you if you want. You want to go up?
Okay, that actually, if you can get the time off, I wouldn't mind. Might be nice to have you come along.
Uh, I can make a phone call and um, I'll just tell him I need a few days because you're not feeling well and I don't want to leave you by yourself for a few days.
Okay.
Yeah. Too much turkey. Whatever. So, oh, um,
What was that? Oh, an Amber Alert.
oh.
Okay, stop. For Artesia, apparently.
So how old is Dorothy? Or
21.
oh yeah.
I had
So
her young.
well, not really. That's 22.
Yeah,
You were 22, so that's
I
not
consider that pretty damn young to know what you're doing.
well today. Yes, back
Well,
back
That's what I figured. Back then, it's pretty common. So.
yeah, back then 22 was. They were starting to wonder if you didn't have a family by that time.
Right, that's what I
Uh,
figured.
so, um, fact, why don't we, you know, clear all this Thanksgiving stuff up? I'll make a phone call. Um, I can spend the night here and we can head up in the morning.
Okay, that sounds good. We're
You
gonna be
know,
ready to do
we got all kinds of leftover turkey and stuff we can take with
that.
us, so we'll have food and all that. But yeah, and no, she drives because she's in Boston, and if you don't drive in Boston, you don't get anywhere at this
Right.
point. Do you drive?
Yes.
So she, so you you start working on cleaning up, and she goes and makes her phone call and comes back out and says, "Yeah, I told them I'd be back Monday morning." Um, said you got to teach anyway.
Right.
Um,
And I guess if this turns out to be something major and we need a little longer, I guess we'll deal with that then.
right, because if this turns into something major, no doubt the authorities will be called in, and then all all bets are off from there. So,
Right.
um, um, yeah, she turns to you and goes, "Which car do you want to take, mine or yours?"
We'll take mine, and uh, if you want, we could take turns driving.
It's only about a 2 hour trip. It's
Nah, I can do the driving then.
no, nothing in Massachusetts is very far
Very
from
far.
anything else. Shit, in 3 hours you could be in Maine.
Hmm.
So it's like, yeah, you can drive down there and she can drive back or something
Mhm.
like that. Um, yeah, I can just park my car in the garage or whatever while we're gone, and uh, c- um, cause it only took her like 30 minutes to get down from Boston to where you're at. So she does say that on the way back up before she leaves town tomorrow, she's got to get some gas. But other than that, she's all right. So, how do you guys spend the rest of your night?
Uh, just hanging out. I mean, ate so much. We're just going.
Pretty, pretty soon, the turkey hits, and you're both like unconscious on the sofa. You both wake up about midnight. And you realize that you're still sitting on the sofa, and so the two of you go to your perspective rooms and pass out. And you are awakened by two things. One is sunlight, which, depending on how much wine the two of you ultimately had, this may bother you or not. The other thing you are awakened by is a series of three sirens, all different. And it takes you a second to process them because you were just awakened by them. One was a police car, one was a fire truck, and one was an ambulance. And the, they, the noise slowly fades. But direction wise, you're wondering if they're headed over to the university or not. So, what do you do at this point now that you're awake?
I guess I'll go out and see if Dorothy's up, and if she is, I'm gonna ask her if she heard all that.
Um, you step out into the hallway and walk down to where the guest room now is this room used to belong to Dorothy when she was young and living in the house. Um, you knock on the door and you hear this grumble, and you open the door, and she's laying there with the pillow over her head. It woke her up, but she doesn't want to be awake. Yeah.
So I guess you heard the sirens too, huh?
She's like, yeah. And she immediately, the next sentence out of her mouth is, do you have coffee?
Not yet, but I can make some.
Well, her question was, do you have coffee in the house?
Yes,
Um,
yes, of course.
she's like, ah. Yeah. So she throws the pillow off of her head and goes, I guess I need to get up. And she slowly sort of shifts out of bed and goes, uh, do you have a travel thermos by chance? Because we need to take plenty of coffee with us too.
I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I can check in the kitchen cupboards.
Because if we're leaving this early, I'm gonna need coffee for a while. Yeah. So, are you as addicted to coffee as it sounds like she is, or not?
Yes. I'm a college professor. Of course, I'm addicted to coffee.
So, as she is slowly coming back to consciousness and getting up, you wander into the kitchen and start making coffee. And um, give me a spot hidden roll for your to see if you find a thermos for the coffee on the trip.
Apparently not, and apparently my entire cupboard like explodes and kills me with flying shrapnel or something. Because I got 100 out of
Ooh,
40.
ooh, ow, ooh, ow. uh, yeah. Not only do you not find a thermos, something worse happens. Y- You you look around in your cabinets. You're out of coffee,
Oh shit. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
which is the worst thing that could have happened to you. Uh,
We're gonna have to get some coffee somewhere along the way. I could have sworn I had some.
well, like you said, you're a professor. You chug down coffee on a daily basis. Um, but there are fact there's a coffee shop on the edge of campus because you walk by it every day. And this would give you a chance to check and see if the sirens you heard actually ended up on campus or not.
That's true.
she Dorothy hears this and goes, "You mean I have to get ready and we have to leave early and there's no coffee and
Yeah, unfortunately. We'll get coffee, believe me, I need some too.
that's one thing my employers always keep in the house. There may not there may be times where there isn't food, but they always keep coffee in the house because they know if they don't, I could go on a wild rampage and trash the place. So, eh. And she goes, the one time there wasn't coffee in the house, the kid hid from me.
Not surprised.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's the only time they ever screwed that up. Um, but she's like, okay, I'll get ready as fast as I can so we can go get coffee. And you're doing the same thing. You get ready before she does, and you start packing the car with, turkey sandwiches and stuff like that for the trip. And by the time she comes out of the shower and gets dressed and all that stuff, um, you have everything packed and ready to go. Do you have a little car, or being a professor who makes decent money, do you have a fairly large car?
Yeah, I have a larger sized car.
Uh, So everything what that you pack for the trip, like the food and stuff, can go in the trunk. And the I'm assuming you put it in something like a picnic basket or something
Right.
like that. So that can easily fit in the trunk. And so, so the two of you climb in your car. You notice that Dorothy, her eyes are somewhat glazed over. Yeah, this is later than her usual coffee intake, and it's starting to affect her. So you head toward campus. It takes you no time because you do this route every day. You know, same street, same time. You know, you park your car in the professor's parking lot. You have your own. No, there's a sign with X-12, which is the exact same sticker that you have on the windshield of your car. So you pull into your parking spot. Um, at this point, the coffee shop on the edge of campus is maybe the equivalent of 2 blocks. Um, give me another spot hidden roll.
78 out of 40. This is not going good.
You wouldn't have normally seen this, but the noise attracts your attention. The fire truck, the ambulance, and the police car are, in fact, maybe 150 feet from you. In fact, they're parked in front of the building where your office is.
Okay, well, there's definitely something I'm going to have to deal with. So I'll tell Dorothy to go to the coffee shop, get us both coffee, and I'll meet her there when after I find out what's going on here. Because as a faculty member, I should probably figure out what's going on here.
Yeah. She's like, what size coffee do you want?
The largest one they have.
Yeah. Uh, she says, that's good because that's what I'm getting too. But actually, in 29, I'm wondering if they have sizes or not. It's just you just might buy a cup of coffee and that's it.
just, just buy an IV bag full of coffee. And
Yeah. But upside is coffee's a nickel a cup, and your professor's like not a problem for you. You can have 2 or 3 and be fine. Um, you get out of the car and walk up to the building where your office is. There's 2 officers standing at the front door, and they're like, hold it. Who are you?
I work here. I'm Professor Dean. I'd like to know what's going on. My office is in this building, so what's happened here?
What floor is your office on, ma'am?
It's on the third floor.
Uh, we can't let you go up there right now.
But you can tell me why. You can tell me what's going on. I have the right to know.
Yeah, we can tell you what's going on. It's not good, though.
I wouldn't think so with the police and the fire and the ambulance here. So what is it?
Actually, let's see if this works. Give me another spot hidden roll. You're standing on the stairs in front of the doorway.
Okay, well that was actually a 32 out of 40.
Okay. You look up when the police say this. There's no third floor on this building anymore.
So what? Did like a bomb hit it or something?
At this point, you have no idea how long this fire's been going on.
Oh, it's on fire.
And in fact, it's still on fire. That's why the fire department's over there.
Do you have any idea how this started? Is there any sign of, arson, anything like that?
we haven't. We have to wait until the fire's completely out before we can investigate that. Um, what was Did you have a number on your office, like on your office door or whatever? This is the policeman asking this
Yes, 4.
for. I was hoping you wouldn't have said that.
Why is that exactly?
He point he points to the ambulance next to the police car down in the parking lot. As you look over, there are two stretchers being loaded into the ambulance, and they have sheets completely over them.
Who are those? Have you identified them? Are they faculty?
We haven't identified them. They're they're students.
They're
They're
students.
they're too young to be faculty, or we assume they're too young.
And they were in my office
Yeah,
without my having been there
yeah,
over Thanksgiving holiday.
yeah.
What were they doing in there?
Like I said, the police can't uh, do our investigation until the fire department tells us it's safe. The only, the only reason the ambulance people were able to go in is because the fire department identified bodies in the room, or the ambulance people wouldn't have been able to go in either. Um, yeah. Um,
Well, definitely you need to keep me informed of what you find. This obviously
well,
directly affects me.
our most definitely, and we're quite lucky you happened by, because now we can get a statement from you, because before you came over, we had no way of contacting you. So, um, and he goes through this list of questions like how long have you taught here, and you know, all that sort of regular stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah. And he asks you for your address and your phone number, and um now, well, actually they had fingerprints in 29, I think.
I don't know. Actually.
But he does ask you when the last time you were in your office.
Well, that would have been Wednesday, which was the day before yesterday.
And what time did you leave?
I left around 4:30, 5, somewhere around there.
And you're sure everything was locked when you left?
I'm positive I always lock it. Well, when I'm gone for the day.
Yeah. Well, apparently.
I guess once you're able to investigate, you can tell me whether it looks like the door was,
Right.
the lock was picked or something.
Yeah. Apparently, these two, whoever they might be, found a way in somehow.
And when you identify them, you'll tell me that too, I'm assuming.
What, who they are or how they got
Yes.
it.
No, both, but who they are.
Yes. Um, and being on the third floor, eh, was there a fire escape to your office?
Uh, well, my office is kind of like in the middle of the hallway, so it wasn't on a corner or anything, so I don't know if
Oh,
there'd be a fire escape.
so the only way these two could have got in is by through your office door, is what I'm
Right.
getting.
I
Okay.
believe so, yes.
Well, that helps because that narrows it down to only one possible entry point. Um, yeah, we we will definitely keep you informed once we're able to identify these two. Um, do not be surprised if we want you to come down to the police station.
Okay,
Um,
well, I was planning on heading out of town today, but maybe we need to put that off until whatever's going on here is figured out.
when were you when were you planning to come back?
Honestly, I'm not sure. It's a little bit of a family thing, and I don't know exactly what it is or how long it's going to take. So,
Um, hmm, because I was just thinking our investigation may take a bit.
hmm,
So, depending on how big of a how long you're gonna be out of town, you may be back before we're done. Um, definitely stop by the police department when you get back into town. Um,
okay,
because no matter where we are in the investigation, we want to know that you're back.
that makes sense.
Um, and that way, if we do have an update for you, we can tell you when you stop in. Um, and at that point, he's like, um, nice to meet you, but I think that's all I have for you right now. Uh, so have a safe trip north.
Hey, thank you, and I'll see you when we get back.
Okay, sounds good. And he turns to his partner that's watching the other door, and they start. You can hear him tell his partner to go check with the fire department and see where they are. Uh, see if the fire's out or how close they are to putting it out. Because at this point, they're starting to wonder if there's going to be anything left of the third floor at all. So, so at that point, do you head off to see Dorothy at the coffee shop?
Yes, I head for the coffee shop.
So she she's sitting there uh, at a table, and across from her is a cup of coffee where that she got for you, and on her side of the table you can see two other cups plus the one she's currently working on. And she's like, "Oh, hey, why did that take so long?"
Um, the floor of the building my office is in is on fire, so I had to answer some questions.
That's not good.
No, not at all. Looks like a couple of students tried to break in for some reason and don't know how the fire got started, but they were apparently killed. And I hope they weren't trying to break into my office to look for the uh, finals exam questions.
She chuckled and said, "Students have done worse than that." So,
Yeah, but if they started a fire, that's pretty bad.
so did they tell you you couldn't leave town like in the movies or what?
No, they want us to check in with the at the police station when we get back, but the investigation might take a while anyway, so we can
Uh,
we can go.
oh, okay.
They already got my statement as far as right now goes, so if I need to give them another one when we get back, I can do that.
They'll probably have more questions later once they've started investigating things. She's like, "Well, once I finish my third cup, I'll be good to go." And she said, "Yes, 3 cups to start the day is normal for me." So, yeah,
Well, I mean, you do take care of a little kid, so I guess that's
right.
you need it.
So, the cup that she set in front of your chair is lukewarm, bordering on cold at this point.
Can drink it faster when it's like
Because you weren't expecting what you ran into when you got here. It took you a little longer than you were anticipating. So, not the greatest coffee in the world, but if you drink it quick, it's like you're not drinking it for the flavor, you're drinking it for the caffeine. So, yeah. So you chug the cup of coffee and then this, mixture of coffee and burnt aftertaste hits your mouth as you finish the cup and you're like, "Blah." But and by this time your daughter Dorothy has finished her third cup and she's rapidly becoming wired. It's like she's suddenly all bright eyed and bouncy and strangely similar to the kid she babysits. Yeah. Which he's like 8. So, so Is one cup good for you or what?
Now I'm gonna have another cup.
Um,
Two,
this
two.
this one is these ones are actually warm bordering on hot. So you can drink these a whole lot easier than the first one. And give me another spot hidden roll while you're sipping on your third cup of coffee.
That is 20 out of 40.
Just as you turn around in your chair, because these chairs aren't the most comfortable in the world, so you adjust a little bit. And while you're doing that, you turn your head and you see two guys dressed in firefighter outfits, and they're black from head to toe. And they walk up to the bar, to the coffee bar, and order 2 cups of coffee. And you hear the guy behind the counter like they're on the house. And he's like, "What's going on over there?" And they say loud enough for you to hear. The third floor's completely gone. It, there isn't a third floor on the building anymore. We couldn't save it. The fire is, we were able to get the fire out finally. But by the time we did, the third floor was gone. We were lucky that we were able to stop it before it spread down to the second floor. Who or whatever said this did it well enough that they wanted the whole building to burn. And knowing that some of the weird rumors you've heard about, given that you work in the place, and Miskatonic is world world renowned for its occult department. Um, so you hear bizarre rumors about shit all the time. You find it very strange that somebody wanted to burn your building down. Because as far as you know, everybody that works in your building are just normal teachers and shit.
Right.
They're not in the occult department or any of that. So on your desk, did you have any pictures on your desk or anything on your desk in your office?
Well, I had a couple of pictures of Dorothy, when she was younger, and one current one. But I mean, any paperwork and everything I kept in the file cabinets.
Um, the fire, the two firefighters pick up their coffee and they're like, "We appreciate this being on the house." Um, and then one of them lays, you see one of them lay something on the counter, and you hear him say, "If you, if Professor Dean happens to come in here, uh, this is all we could save from her office."
And at that point, I kind of head over there. I'm like, I am Professor Dean.
"Oh, hello, ma'am. Uh, my name's Jasper. I'm with the fire department, as you might be able to see. Um, your your office is a complete loss. I hope there wasn't anything incredibly valuable in there."
Not incredibly valuable, no.
Um, eh, we were able to save this, and she he hands you one of those triple picture frames with the three pictures of your daughter in it,
Mhm.
but the one the the newest one is kind of charred around the edges. Uh, we thought you might want this if you ever came in here.
Well, thank you for saving what you could.
Um,
I guess I'm not going to be going back to work for a while at this point.
uh, he's like, "Oh, one other thing." And he hands you a small key, the key that goes to the filing cabinet. We couldn't save the filing cabinet, though.
So all my student files are gone.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll bet the students aren't necessarily sorry, though.
Probably not, no.
Um, but, well, glad I ran into you. We gotta get back to work. Uh, have a good day, ma'am.
You too. Thank you.
And the two of them walk, take their coffee and small cardboard to go cups, and head out the door. You go back over to the table where Dorothy is. What do you do with the picture frame?
Well, I guess when we go back out to the car, I'll put it in there to take home when we come back.
Uh, Dorothy looks at the two baby pictures like, "That wasn't me. That couldn't have been me.
That was you.
I was never that small. That couldn't have been me." Was that still here in town in the house?
Yes. Yeah.
Gee, time goes by, doesn't it?
It does. Fast, too.
Yeah. And one of them is her when she's about the size of the 8-year-old that she takes care of. And I, she sort of stops when she looks at that one and goes, we look more alike than I would have ever thought. That's kind of weird. And then she finishes her third cup of coffee. It's like, well, guess we better do this if we're gonna do this.
Yeah, at least it won't take too long to get there.
You estimate maybe a couple of hours each way. So if you left around 8, I'd say it was more like 9:30 now. So you'll be there by right before lunch. So the two of you head back to the parking lot and jump in the car. Um, and you pull out of the parking lot, get on the main street of uh, Arkham, by just outside the university, which out of town it turned into a major highway, and you head up north to Cambridge, or at least just outside of Cambridge, because Cambridge at this time is a much larger city. Harvard's been around for a while at this point. So, um, the the address on the letters that you have for Robert is just to this just to the south before you head into the actual city. Uh, so you get to avoid all the traffic in the city. That's why he eventually moved out. 'Cause it's one thing to have to commute for a few minutes. It's another thing to deal with all that noise all the time. So, so you um, pull the car into the driveway of the house at that address. It's a nice little house. It's a little bit smaller than yours. And if you had to pick, you would say your house is a little nicer than this. Eh, Um, the two of you get out of the car. You notice that the grass is a little taller than average. Most people keep the grass mowed a little bit more than this. But um, you you walk up the path to the and step onto the front porch. You pull the screen door open and knock on the front door. A few minutes goes by. You don't hear a response. So what do?
I'll knock again, and if there's still no response, then I'll try the doorknob and see if it's unlocked.
You knock again. Couple minutes later, there's no response. So, um, give me a dex roll to see if you can open the door.
Nope, that's 59 out of 40.
Um, Dorothy sees you struggling with the doorknob. She's like, let me give it a try. And she rolls a 15. And so she walks up and quite easily opens turns the knob and the door opens. She's like, you had as much coffee as I have. What's your problem?
And I'm thinking to myself, maybe it's psychological. Maybe I just really don't want to go in there and see him again.
This is true. See, she wouldn't have that issue because she didn't have the problems with him that you had. But something crosses your mind that you hope she never realizes, which is the girl he ran off with was basically roughly her age.
Right, a couple years older than her.
So yeah, you realize that, and you suddenly realize you really don't want to go in there. But Dorothy just turns the knob and throws the door open like, yeah, like she's supposed to be there, and walks in the door. Do you follow or what?
Yeah.
So, um, the place is fairly neat. Yeah. Not immaculate, but not the worst place you've ever been in your life. Um, Give me another spot hidden check.
Oh, okay. That is 49 out of 40. Again, just barely missed.
Um, you want to spend more luck or not?
At this point, not yet. No. Let's see if something more dire comes up.
Okay. So, are you following Dorothy or are you looking around on your own?
We're both looking around on our own, cover more ground.
Dorothy starts looking around in the kitchen. Um, it looks like dishes haven't been done for a couple of days, which, honestly, for a male professor, that's not necessarily strange. Um, so where do you want to start looking?
I'll look around in the living room first.
Uh, no, there are a couple of beer cans on the coffee table. One thing you do find odd, though, is as you're walking around the kitchen, the living room, you step on something that slides a little bit on the carpet. Do you look down?
Yeah, I'll look down and see what that was.
It's basically a pink spaghetti strap satin nightgown in the middle of the living room floor. It looks like whatever company he had last didn't take it with her.
I'm going to assume that wasn't Andy because I guess she left him like 2 years ago at least. So,
Yeah. So where do you go from there?
well, given what I found, I'm going to head toward his bedroom because if there's someone in there with him right now, that's not something I want our daughter to walk in on. So I will check out that room.
Okay. I will not make you do a spot hidden roll for this because there's really no need to close.
I'm guessing there's going to be a sanity check coming up here relatively soon. No.
There's no need to really closely investigate this. You see Robert laying on his back. Next to him, there is a blonde girl, which you estimate would be about Dorothy's current age. fact, what does Dorothy look like?
She's slim. She's actually blonde as well. Blue eyes.
So, your your first initial feeling about this is that this girl looks a lot like her, like Dorothy. And why would he be in bed with somebody that looked a lot like his daughter?
So I hate to ask the inevitable. Are they alive?
For that, you will have to move closer. I'm assuming you were standing in the doorway of the
Yeah.
bedroom. To check and see if they are alive, you'll have to move closer to the
Okay, so
bed.
they're not obvious. I mean, they're not like in pieces or anything.
No, not
Okay.
not that you can see.
I mean, this is Cthulhu. You never know. So,
They honestly look like they're asleep
okay,
currently.
so I am gonna move closer then.
Um, they are both about uh, their middle sections are covered with a sheet. You can see their heads and from about their knees down. Um, the rest of them is covered with a sheet. So it honestly does look like they're asleep.
And the sheet's not, like soaked through with blood or anything,
No,
right? Okay.
it's not.
Again, this is Call of Cthulhu. I have to cover all these bases, right?
Yeah. So what do?
Well, I guess I'll kind of make my presence known. I'll be like, Robert, I got your letters. You wanted me to come down. And I kind of glance at her. I'm like, you wanted help with something
No response.
from either of them. So at this point, I am gonna like try to see if they're breathing or have a pulse or anything. Either of them, both of them.
So you're gonna touch them?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I guess I'll check him first. His wrist.
You you get a very faint pulse, and his wrist is slightly colder than your average person's wrist would be.
Is his chest rising and falling like he's breathing?
Very faintly, from
And
what
what about her?
you walk around to her side, take her pulse. There's no pulse. You check for her breathing. There's no breath. She is not breathing. He is barely breathing. What do?
I'm going to leave the room, close the door, and call to Dorothy that she needs to call an ambulance, like now.
And you were correct earlier. Give me the first sanity check of the game. Because you just saw your ex in bed barely breathing with a woman who's dead beside him.
Okay, that would be 50 out of 80.
Okay. You're able to hold it together because you know Dorothy is here and you don't want to lose it while she's here. Um, so Dorothy goes over to Robert's landline phone, dials 0 for the operator, and calls the police and an ambulance. Actually, actually, she doesn't even need to call the police. When she calls the ambulance, the police comes with them. Um, and within, well, within about 5 minutes, you hear two sirens. And two policemen walk in, and two ambulance people walk in behind them, pushing a gurney. And the police are like, "Hello, ma'am. Are you the one that called for the ambulance?"
Yes. Here, I lead them to the bedroom and open the door. I'm like, I found them like this. That's my ex-husband.
And the police walk over to both of them, and then they walk back out of the room, and you can hear them tell the ambulance guys that the male is barely alive and you need to get him to the hospital, and you need a body bag for his bed partner. Um, and so the two the cops step out of the way and the two ambulance people go into the room and they start working. You see one of them pull back the sheet on them, and he just sort of stumbles backward.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
And he motions for one of the police to come in the room. What do you do?
I'm going to try to sneak as close as I can and see what's going on with as being unobtrusive as possible.
Um, okay, you do this. Um, give me a constitution roll.
93 out of 50. That's not good.
You stumble back and land on your butt on the living room floor because you were close enough to the doorway that you cleared the door. as you stumbled back, but you land basically on your butt on the living room floor, and um, you proceed to vomit on the floor. Dorothy comes running over and goes, "What in the world is going on?"
So what did I see that caused all this then?
You, when the ambulance guy pulled the sheet away, you saw uh, each one of the two people in the bed, their, shall we say, their, both of their groin areas were, looked like they had been eaten away by something,
Okay.
and what their hips were left, but everything between their hips was a large hole, and it looked like the skin around it had turned gray and started to like rot away.
Hmm.
And given that, give me a second sanity check.
All right, that's 60 out of 80. See, I'm good at the sanity checks. Or my
Well,
dice are.
well, yes, but upon that description, Dorothy now has to make one because she's going, "You just vomited on the floor and then you just told me that, and there's suddenly cops and ambulance people, and my dad is dead now and died like that."
Well, almost dead.
Well, yeah, but
So,
if they don't get him to the hospital quickly, he's going to be.
so should I roll for her based on my character sheet, or are you gonna roll for
Um, actually, what I'm gonna do is give her a sanity number
her? Mhm.
because it, it might not be 80 like yours is. So I'm gonna give her a sanity number and then you can roll against that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give her a number just like the way we do when we make up your characters, and her sanity is 79.
Okay.
So
Okay. And that is uh so would a 10 on the percentile die and a 6 on the die 10 be 16 or
yeah.
okay. So 16.
So surprisingly, she's able to, at least for now, the two of you are able to handle the situation.
Okay, can I take a quick break so I can feed the dog? I don't know if Sean did it or because it is after 10. So
Yeah, we're gonna take a 20-minute break. And so we will be right back. Uh, For for those watching, it won't be anything, but we will be back in 20 minutes. Hello and welcome back to our Thanksgiving Call of Cthulhu game. And well, before the break, Iris and Dorothy found out that Iris's ex-husband wasn't doing very well, to put it politely. And his current bed partner was doing even worse. Or maybe better because she's dead, so she doesn't have to deal with it anymore. So, however that goes. So, um, they load Robert onto the gurney and take him out to the ambulance. And then they come back in real quick with a body bag and the gurney and load up this blonde that looks very close to Dorothy. And luckily, Dorothy did not notice this
Yeah, that's good at least.
and wheel her back out. And you hear the back of the ambulance door slam and the siren go on, and you hear the ambulance head out of the driveway. At that point, the cops come up to both of you and go, okay, what can you tell us about that?
Like I said, I found them like that. I um, recently, actually yesterday, received a bunch of letters from my ex-husband that have been mistakenly sent to my daughter's place of employment, starting 2 years ago. I haven't seen him personally for 4 years, but these in the last of these letters, he asked me to come up here because he wanted me to help with something. He didn't specify what. His letters sounded erratic and like something was wrong, but he didn't tell me what it was. But he asked for help, so I came to see what was going on, and our daughter wanted to come with me, so that's why we're both here. But yeah, I have no idea what this is. I just found them like that because nobody answered the door. So we let ourselves in, and that's all I really know. What could have done that to them?
Both cops look at each other and go, your guess is as good as ours on that one, lady. We haven't seen that either. Uh,
What? Go to see Daddy? See if Daddy has food? Okay. He wanted to come in my room with me and then decided he wanted back out because there was a chance she might have food.
ah, well, we know chase and food are almost the same word, so you know. But Dorothy is just sitting on the floor at this point going, what in the hell was that? And um
So do you think he's going to pull through? It doesn't look very good, does
I
it?
haven't seen anything like that in my 30 years on the police force, so I couldn't tell you. the and the cop says, you said the last of the letters was the one where he asked you to come up here.
Yes.
Um, I'm assuming you don't have the letters on you.
No, I left them at home.
Um,
But
where,
if you'd like me to mail them to you when I get back home, I can do that.
well, where is it that you live?
Arkham, couple hours south of here.
And where does your daughter live?
She lives in Boston.
Ah,
I don't know how he got her employer's address,
uh,
or how he
Dorothy,
even knew she was working there.
yeah, Dorothy sort of snaps out of it and goes, yeah, before I started getting these letters addressed to mom, he never sent me anything, so I don't know how he got that address either. Because my employer never mentioned knowing either one of my parents, so couldn't have been that unless they knew him and just didn't tell me about it. Um, yeah. I guess he was right, though. I guess he did need help.
Yeah, it would appear so, definitely. Although I'm not sure if it's the kind of help I could have offered or not. I mean, like I said, what the hell does something like that?
Because we were initially thinking, yeah, he'd gone crazy or something with how erratic the letter was, the last letter was. But upon seeing this, he obviously needed some help.
Yeah.
Um, um, and she turns to you and goes, if you gave the letters to the police department in Arkham, could they forward them to the police here? Would that be easier to do?
Oh, if they'd agree to do that, yeah, I look at the police officer and said that would be okay.
Yeah, Yeah, the police, you know, we do communicate with each other though. Um, why are you dealing with the police in Arkham right now?
Something totally unrelated, I think. The my floor of the building where I work at the university burned down.
What? Because even people all over Massachusetts know what Miskatonic University is. So they're like, hold it. The third floor of one of the buildings at the university burned down.
Yes, don't know yet what caused it. They're looking into that, and they've assured me they'll keep me informed. I mean, my office was on that floor, and apparently a couple of students, I don't know if they were mine or not, but were found in my office dead. They've broken in there somehow. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's related to this. I can't see that it would be, but I guess you never know. My
When did
husband did used to work there.
when did this happen?
Today, earlier this morning.
Hmm. And you said they found two dead bodies in your office?
Yes.
Hmm. Well, just to make sure they're not connected, if they're not connected, I think I think since I'm the lead officer here, I'm going to have to contact the lead officer on that case, and we're going to have a talk. Because the one of the ambulance persons told me before they just drove away that they think the wounds look fresh. So
How can they tell?
I
Whatever
don't
that was.
I don't know. And that that's just what he said. Maybe he was guessing. I don't know. But if that's the case, and the fire at your university happened this morning, that's know, two strange incidents the day after Thanksgiving.
Right.
That's kind of odd to happen in one day.
Yes. I mean, this alone is more than odd, I think.
That's true. Hmm. I may up my consideration of retirement after this. If we need a formal statement from you, we will let you know.
Of
In
course.
fact, maybe uh, if the two police stations coordinate with each other, I'm sure they talked to you this morning, correct?
Yes, I they took a statement from me this morning
If we
and
find,
they asked me to stop by the police station when we're back in Arkham. So
Okay. If we decide that this is connected, maybe we can coordinate and they can take another statement. That way you won't have to drive all the way up here again. Because it's a 4 hour round trip from,
right.
yeah. So, and it's November, the end of November, so it's not real warm outside. But I think you two are free to go for now. Like I said, if we need anything else, we'll work it out. Uh, I will try not to drag you back up here if I have a way around it.
Okay. Well, and keep us informed, please.
Oh, definitely. You, um, and he he pulls out one of his report forms and says, "Well, if you'll sign this, we can actually send you a copy of the final report when it's ready."
So I'll sign it.
Okay. So yeah, well, I will give you a call if we actually have to bring you back up here, and we'll send you a copy of my final report when we're done. And
Thank you.
like like I said, well, I will definitely have a chat with your officer down there, because this is just too strange to be a coincidence, really. It's too strange to have happened, period. But to
Yeah.
have both of them in one day, yeah. So with that, him and his partner, yeah, tell you to have a good day and walk out the door. As good a day as can be expected under the circumstances.
Right.
And they walk out the door and get into their car, and you hear it start, and they head back to the okay, back to their police department. Um, so at this point, what do you and Dorothy do?
I'm going into Robert's kitchen and see if he had any alcohol laying around at this point. Cause damn, I need something. I need a drink.
And also at this point, the 3 cups of coffee are starting to wear off. So you're both starting to sort of drop energy
Yeah.
wise. Well, give me a spot hidden roll if you're gonna go search his kitchen.
26 out of 40. I roll well when I'm looking for booze. What can I say?
Well, it being Thanksgiving, you or the day after, you look in his fridge. It looks like he had a small Thanksgiving dinner. maybe with him and the other girl in the bed for all you know. Yeah. She might not have been a one night stand, but it doesn't matter now. Uh, and in the fridge next to the tinfoil covered plate of turkey and all all the leftovers and stuff. Um, Surprisingly, there's a bottle of Royal Crown lime. Why he's keeping it in the fridge, don't know, but
Yeah, well, why he did a lot of things we don't know.
but and it's about 3/4 full. No, he's somebody's drank at least a quarter of it, but there's still plenty there. What do you want to do?
I will find this cupboard that he keeps his glasses in,
Mm, that's easy enough because
and
there's only 2 or 3 glasses. He's a bachelor. He doesn't keep a lot of dishes around. Uh, Along with your lime flavored whiskey, do either of you have an appetite at all?
after what I just saw, no.
Yeah.
Don't know about Dorothy.
I I was just gonna say, there are leftovers in the fridge. Nobody else is gonna eat them now, so
Oh, we could take him home. We could.
this is true. You could.
I think we'll do that. We'll just show up, maybe save his life, maybe not, steal his food and his alcohol.
Well, if he lives through it, you can replace it. You can invite him for Christmas and replace it. Um, so what? You gonna find a box and take all the leftovers and put them in there?
Yeah.
Put them in the trunk with the picnic basket full of food that you brought with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Okay,
bringing it all home.
so while you find glasses, you tell Dorothy to do that. She's like, yeah. What happens when he gets out of the hospital? If he gets out of the hospital.
Well, honestly, it didn't look like to me like he's gonna last very long.
Yeah, you have definitely never seen an injury anywhere near like that.
And you said he was barely breathing and his
Yeah.
pulse was really low, so
Mm, yeah. Yeah. She's like, okay, if you're sure. Yeah. So she finds a box while you're finding glasses. She filled up the box and takes it out to the car and puts it in the trunk. By that time, you have 2 glasses um, partially filled with whiskey sitting on the table. She comes back in and grabs one of the glasses, and while the two of you are standing there sipping a likely dead man's bottle of alcohol, uh, what are you gonna do now? Are you just
I'm not sure what to do at this point. Guess. Well, I guess we can finish investigating his house just to see if there's any clues as to what the hell
mm,
happened. Like, see if there's anything in the bedroom that would give us some clues to what the hell this thing was. Because I'm thinking I can't picture a human doing this, but
no? If a human did this, they had to shoot both of them with like a bazooka shell or something, because it basically took out both of their pelvises. It's like, yeah. And that's not even the add the rotting flesh around the edges and such. Because if you'd have been shot with a bazooka shell, the heat would have cauterized everything. So it wasn't anything a human would have been able to do.
I mean, not like I want to go back in there, but they're both gone, so
Yeah. Give me an intelligence roll.
81 out of 70. Didn't go too well.
Okay. Um. See if Dorothy rolls low enough to realize this. She rolled a 43. I'll give it to her on that one. Um, she goes, "Why did the cops just leave?
I guess they got what they wanted from us. We gave them statements.
Why did they not investigate the bedroom now? Why did they just talk to us and turn around and leave?"
That's a good question, but I'm going to say based on what we found in there, they were just as shaken up as we are.
Yeah, yeah, but they're cops. It's their job to do that crap.
That is true.
Yeah, I say we can investigate, but don't like touch anything unless they do come back later.
Right. And if we find anything, we'll call them.
Yeah, and they'll be like, "Why are you investigating? Why are you still there?" So she's like, "I'm gonna hang out here. If you want to go in there and look around, go for it."
So I'm going to pour myself another glass of whiskey and take it in there while I'm looking around.
So, um, I will have you do 2 spot hidden rolls to cover the entire room.
Okay, one of them's a 25 out of 40,
Okay.
and the other one's a 57 out of 40.
So, the first part of the room, um, On her side, which was the side over by the closet, you don't find anything. On his side, you find what looks like a rat hole in the wall. The kind you find when, there are mice in the place and they
A
burn.
regular size for something like that?
Yeah. But as you look closer to that, there is, you see this grayish sludge sort of stuff just a little bit on the carpet right next to the hole. And it sort of looks like the same color as the wound on them. So you don't know whether it was sloughed off of him or whether it has anything to do with the hole in the wall or what.
Maybe I won't call the cops about this. That doesn't seem to make any sense. And yeah, if they want to investigate and find this on their own and they can be confused, that's okay. But I don't want to call them because, for one thing, they'd probably think I was crazy.
So, do you try to get closer and investigate the hole in the wall, do
Hell
you,
no.
or do you back out of the room
No,
and
no, no. I'm going to leave the room at this point. Oh, actually, before I leave the room, and I don't want to get any closer, but can I roll listen to see if I hear anything on the other side of the wall?
where are you currently? How close to this hole are you?
I'm standing between that and the bed, sort of.
But if the hole is on the far wall where the headboard is,
Mm-hmm.
down by the floor,
Right.
how close to that are you in relation to the doorway of the room?
Oh, I'm closer to the hole than to the door.
Okay. Yeah, you can roll your
Because I'm
list.
standing I'm standing like kind of right beside the bed. So
Okay, so you're just not close enough that you're far enough away that you're not gonna step into whatever this stuff might be,
right,
is what you're saying. Uh,
right.
so, yeah, you can roll your listen and see if you can hear
Um,
anything.
okay, well, I got 70 out of 60, so I guess I don't hear anything.
Nope.
Okay, well, now I'm gonna leave the room.
Okay. Uh, so you're headed back out of the doorway, and you get to just the other side of the doorway, and you do hear something. and I need another sanity check.
12 out of 80.
Yeah. This is a screech like you've never heard before. And you think it's coming from in the room. If this came from your average mouse, it was, Conan the Warrior mouse, but this thing was loud enough to hear from outside of the room. Dorothy also has to make a sanity check. She gets a 40 out of 79, so she's okay. But both of you are like, what the hell was that?
Hang on just a second. I lost visual. I can still hear you. I completely lost visual on the camera around my computer. I don't know what that was about.
I can see you, so
I can't see anything. Um, hang on. What's going on here? You there?
yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
here.
I don't know.
Like I said, I can see you.
Okay, I guess I can't. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't.
Hmm. It seems we are having technical difficulties with Robin's camera. We are working on it as quickly as possible to get her camera back.
Yeah, I may not be able to do that. I have no idea what's going on.
Um, well, in that case, we can finish it. You can, yeah, because I can still hear you, and if you can hear me, we can still do it. They just won't be
Yeah,
able to see you.
yeah, but it's a little annoying that I can't see. Um, plus, with the, I don't even know how I'm going to be able to turn my computer off with the. It's not just the camera. It's like my whole computer screen is blank.
Oh, well.
Yeah, it's not just the camera. It's like the whole thing.
Why? Well, then why don't we? No, we'll give
Yeah.
it a few more minutes and see if you can fix it. If not, we'll call it and
Well,
then
no,
we'll.
if not, we'll just finish it this way. But then I still have to figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Um, maybe I think it's my monitor. I think my monitor just died on me, which isn't good because then I can't really do anything. But are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, we're just gonna have to finish a voice then.
Okay. Well, we can do it. Hopefully, if you have to, you guys can get a new monitor. But yeah.
Yeah.
Um. But at this point, what I am seeing is I'm looking at your keyboard and your. There we go. Now I can see you.
Okay.
But and something flickered behind you.
I don't know what that would be.
Yeah. But so um you step back out of the room, you basically chug the rest of your whiskey, and you hear this very loud, very deep uh screech noise that you think came from the room you were just in. What do you want to do?
Well, first, first of all, I'm gonna grab the bottle of whiskey and tell Dorothy, "Hey, think you're gonna need to drive us home." And I'm just gonna chug it.
She says, I can drive, but do you want to head home or do you want to head to the hospital?
Oh, to check up on him, you mean?
Yeah.
I guess we could do that.
So, question. Do you take the rest of the bottle and just take it with you, or what do you do?
No, I'm just gonna chug it right there. I'm gonna finish it off and then we can go.
This is half a bottle of Lime Royal Crown, and you
Dude,
just
after what I've just heard and seen, yeah, I'm just gonna
so
chug
okay. Um, um, definitely give me a Constitution check
Okay. 14 out of 50.
out of 50.
Yeah.
Okay, you chug this bottle, and at least for the moment, you seem fine.
Yeah, that's gonna catch up with me.
and and Dorothy is like, holy shit, didn't know you could do that. So, given that, the two of you walk back out of the house, close the door, and get in the car, and head for the hospital. Luckily, there are signs pointing to the hospital because you guys have never been in this town and don't know where the hospital is. Uh, but like in all towns, there are signs pointing to the hospital, or at least pointing the direction of the hospital. And Dorothy follows the signs, and in a few minutes, you come up on the hospital parking lot. Um, she parks the car fairly close to the entrance of the hospital. You guys get out of the car and start walking toward the entrance. Give me another constitution check.
I knew that was coming. And that was pretty good too. That's 10 out of 50. I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Adrenaline.
Yeah, basically. You're you seem to be doing just fine. You walk into the hospital looking surprisingly normal. um, and you go up to the desk and there's a lady standing there and she goes, "Hello, how can I help you?"
I believe you had a Robert Dean come in here in the last, oh, I don't know, it would have been 15, 20 minutes now.
And she looks at the stack of paperwork on her desk and she gets about halfway through it, pulls the page and goes, "Oh, yes, yeah, it was roughly a half an hour ago, but he he's on the second floor in room 12. Um,
Can I go up and see him?
well, um, who are you?
I'm his ex wife,
And who is she?"
our daughter.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you can you can go see him. Um, ele- elevators to your left, unless you want to take the stairs.
I think we'll take the elevator.
All right. And she goes back to doing more of her necessary paperwork. The two of you head to the left to this old rickety looking iron doored elevator. And Dorothy slides the door on the elevator open, and the two of you walk in, and she closes the elevator, uh, presses floor number 2, and the elevator initially lurches upward and then sort of smooths itself out. And I need a con check from you.
33 out of 50.
You're still doing all right. Figured the lurch in the elevator might have got you, but apparently you're holding it pretty well. You, you get to the second floor. Dorothy opens the elevator door, and the two of you step out. And you walk down the hall to the nurse's station. There's nobody there.
Okay.
Not a single human being do you see. You look down the hall toward Robert's room. You don't see anybody. No nurses, no doctors, no orderlies, nobody.
Okay.
What do you do?
Well, I guess since we know the room number, we'll just head toward the room.
Okay. The two of you head toward room 12. The just before you step into the room, you hear the same noise that you heard coming out of his bedroom in his house.
That's not good.
No. And one, I need another constitution check.
Okay, 25.
Two, I need a sanity check.
31 out of 80.
Okay. You are doing surprisingly well. It even surprises you that you're holding it together this well. Um, yeah. And where's the other one? There we go. Dorothy, oddly enough, is also able to handle it. She got a 92 out of 79. Oh, actually, no, that means she didn't handle it well.
Right.
She just sort of drops to the floor on her knees and just her head, she's holding her head in her hands and is mumbling, "This is all too much for me." And she, after everything the two of you have seen, she finally breaks. And
So at this point, I'm gonna go stand behind her, put my hand on her shoulder. I'm like, okay, we're just gonna get out of here right now. We're going home. This is, yeah, we. Whatever's going on here, I'm gonna let the cops try to figure out, and we're just gonna go home. So I'm gonna help her up from the floor.
and I want you to roll a d6 for me.
Okay. Got there's a D6. And a D4 jumped out at me too. There's a D6. And I got a 2.
Two. She loses 2 points of sanity. Her sanity number drops to 77.
Okay.
You basically have to help her through back onto the elevator down to the first floor. Oh, and by the way, the elevator lurches downward
Okay.
as this is an old, you know what those old iron door elevators look
Yeah.
like.
Yes.
And this is, in 29, this is considered a fairly new elevator. And so I need a con check from you.
Oh, that is not good.
What?
95 out of 50.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. the the elevator lurches forward or lurches downward. It'd be really bizarre if it lurched forward, but
Right.
it'd be kind of cool though. But
I might lurch forward when the
well,
elevator lurches downward.
actually, that's exactly what happens. The elevator lurches downward and you lurch forward. Um, and the alcohol finally hits. You drank a half a bottle of whiskey and it finally hit your stomach. And uh, not only do you hit your head on the elevator from lurching forward, you throw up on Dorothy. I mean, and I mean quite a bit because your stomach wants to get rid of that half a bottle of alcohol. So it's, and and this just makes her situation even worse because yeah, she's trying to hold it together and not doing very well, and you just threw up all over her.
Right. Plus, she's definitely going to have to drive now because I can't.
You feel absolutely freaking horrible at this point. Um, 'cause, instant hangover. You feel like crap now. Uh, and, and she looks up at you and goes, and what am I supposed to do with this now? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And okay, she doesn't lose any more sanity. But I'm also gonna make her um, do a constitution check to see if she vomits all over the place now. And luckily she does not. But she's like, it might be classified as stealing, but I'm gonna take a uniform from here because I'm not driving all the way home in the clothes I'm currently wearing. Cause you really don't want this on the interior of your car. So you guys get down to the first level and you walk back up to the nurse at the front desk. And Dorothy asks her where the laundry room is. And she looks at Dorothy really weird. Like, why would you need to know where the laundry room was? But she tells you guys where the laundry room is. And you guys go there. And she finds an orderly uniform that actually fits. And, she she takes her clothes off and puts the uniform on and is now carrying her clothes in one hand and she's got a hand on you because you're not walking very well right now.
Right.
And so, but you have to sneak back past the front desk to get out the door. Um, give me a dex check to see if you can manage this.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Ah, 12 out of 40 actually. So I think we managed it.
The the two of you managed to, yeah, maybe the nurse at the desk went on break or something, but
She has to have.
you managed to make it out the front door. She, you get to the car. She throws her clothes in the back seat, and the two of you climb in the car and drive for the next 2 hours. Every bump she hits, you feel like you're gonna die. It's like she's like, don't drink a half a bottle of whiskey ever again.
Uh,
Fact, we're having this newfangled Coke stuff for Thanksgiving because you're not getting anywhere near more alcohol after this. But what she doesn't know is in 29, Coke had Coke in it.
right.
Yeah. So, um, But you guys managed to make it home. It's almost dark by the time you get home. And she helps you out of the car and back into the house. She asks you if you have a bag of some sort that she can put her clothes in till she gets back up to Boston where she can wash them.
Yeah, there's probably something in my bedroom closet.
Because I'm assuming, well, actually, that's a question. You're a decently paid professor. Do you have a washer and dryer in your house?
Oh, actually, I do. I'll tell her that. Yeah,
Okay.
you can wash your clothes here.
Okay, I'll do that. Because it would look pretty weird if I went to work in an orderly uniform. My employers might ask some questions. And I really don't want to have to try to explain this. So she, um, she, you tell her where the washer is, where the, room where the washer and dryer are, and she goes and gets her clothes and throws them in the washer. Um, she comes back out of the, for lack of a better term, laundry room and goes, "Okay, what do you want to do?"
Lay down.
Um, okay, I can help you with that. And she helps you into your room and she's like, you just, you want to keep your clothes on and just crash, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I just need rest.
So
I'm alone. I think I drank too much.
you finally got that, did you? Um, so she helps you onto the bed and you basically pass out. And come morning, you wake up and you smell coffee because while you were passed out, um, in fact, it's 10 in the morning by the time you wake up, and you smell coffee and you smell bacon.
Do you need a contract?
What?
Do you need a contract?
Actually, yes.
I figured. Oh,
What?
87 out of 50.
You immediately get up, run to the bathroom, and vomit again. And then you come out of the bathroom and you actually give me a dex check.
46 out of 40.
You stumble in the doorway of your bedroom, and she rushes over to catch you and steady you before you face plant in the hallway. And she's like, "Well, I went and got some coffee this morning because you were still out of coffee." "And I made breakfast, but it doesn't look like you want food right now."
No, I don't think I can handle food right now. I am not feeling well.
Apparently, and she helps you over to a chair by the dining room table where there is a cup of coffee sitting in front of you. So I take it a good night's sleep didn't help all that much.
Well, I'm think I'm sober at least. Sort of, mostly.
You are more sober than you were, but your stomach is not happy.
Yeah, just really hungover.
Um, Coffee might help with that.
If I can keep it down.
True. She goes, "I wouldn't advise drinking 3 cups right now."
No, I'll take a sip and
Yeah. And you take a sip of coffee, give me a con check to see if it stays down.
I somehow don't think it does. 96.
Ooh, not only does the coffee come up, but you start vomiting blood
Oh, that's really not good.
because you vomited a lot in the last, what, 24 hours maybe?
Yeah,
Because you vomited twice this morning, plus in the elevator at the hospital. So,
right.
um, yeah, you start throwing up this mixture of blood and coffee, and you are seriously not doing well. And about,
Yeah, I'm considering having her take me to the hospital at this point.
yeah, uh, she sees this and, um, and rushes over with a towel and all this and goes, uh, "That's really not good because there's more blood than coffee."
Hmm.
because all you had was a sip of coffee.
Right.
She's like, uh, we should get you to the hospital or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, probably. I think so. Uh, yeah, why don't you take me there?
And so she gets you bundled into the car and takes you to the nearby Arkham Hospital, which is in fact connected to the now world famous Arkham Asylum. Uh, and she helps you into the hospital, and you stop at the front desk, and you know, you're barely moving. And the nurse is like, hang on a second, and comes over with a, you know, what we today would consider a rickety metal wheelchair, which is what they had back
Mm-hmm.
then. And she gets you seated in this chair. And she's like, so, what caused this?
I drank like half a bottle of whiskey yesterday, and this morning I started throwing up blood.
Oh, too much Thanksgiving partying?
Uh, not quite. Is uh,
Dorothy looks at you with this look like you don't really want to tell him what happened.
I just my ex-husband had an accident, and I found him, and it was a lot.
Oh, okay. uh, well, let's see if we can get you. Let me call the doctor uh, on that's on the floor right now, and we'll have him look at you and decide what we need to do. Um,
Okay.
she disappears for a second and comes back with this doctor that looks like he's about Dorothy's age. And the nurses told him what's going on. He goes, he looks at you and, excuse me, checks your eyes and stuff like they always do.
Mhm.
Check, checks your heart and all that preliminary stuff. And says, I think we should get you into a hospital room at least overnight so we can see if your stomach calms down.
Yeah, feel I don't feel well.
Cause it sounds to me like you lost a lot of blood.
Mm.
So, so So he turns and talks to the nurse and asks her ask her what room was available, and you know she says, um, room 12 on the second floor, and the doctor's like, sounds good to me.
Wait a minute. Room 12 on the second floor. That was the same room in the other hospital that they put Robert in.
Yeah, you and you and Dorothy. The minute she says that, you and Dorothy both realize that. And so, um, an orderly walks by at this point, and the nurse tells him to push you up to the second floor because you've just been admitted into room 12. He's like, right away. And he starts pushing you, and Dorothy walks next to you. And they take you to this, you know, same type elevator that was in the hospital that Robert was in. Because, like I said, this is considered a upgrade in elevators at this point.
Mhm.
And so it lurches upward because it now has an orderly you, a wheelchair, and Dorothy in it. And somewhat slower than you would think, it makes its way up to the second floor, and the door opens, and you go to the nurse's station on the second floor, and the orderly hands the nurse there a piece of paper that is your admitting form. And she's like, oh yeah, 12's ready to go. It's been cleaned from the last patient. It should be clear and ready to go. And the orderly's like, yeah, old Frank was a shame. He was a cool dude. Too bad he didn't make it.
Okay.
Well, and so he wheels you into room 12, and standard hospital room for the time. You know, it's got one of those beds that's basically a metal frame bed with a headboard, and the metal headboard and the metal footboard, and you've got
Mhm.
a you've got a nightstand there with a phone on it. There weren't TVs yet,
Right.
so that's basically. And there's a closet on the other side of the room for your stuff, and that's pretty much the room. He goes, can you guys handle it from here? Do you need my help?
I think we'll be okay. I look at Dorothy and say, Think you can help me into the bed?
Uh, the orderly's like, hey, look, let me help you into bed and then your daughter can handle it from there.
Okay.
Because Dorothy is smaller than you are, and yeah, that wouldn't have went well. Uh, so the orderly pushes you up next to the bed, opposite side of the nightstand, and helps you stand and pivot around on the bed, and says, "You think you guys got it from here?"
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Right. Well, just ring at the nurse's station. The ring the bell that goes to the nurse's station if you need anything. Yeah.
Thank you.
And from there, Dorothy helps you swing your feet over and get you settled into the bed and moves the wheelchair out of the way. And she says, I'm gonna call my employers and tell them what's going on and
Good
that
idea.
I might not be back right away. Cause
Although, if you want, you can go back. I'll be all right.
given what we've seen and gone through, I'm not going anywhere. Um, and she walks over to the nightstand and dials the phone and doesn't get an answer when she calls, uh, which is kind of strange because it's late enough at night that they should be home by now. Uh, she says, I'll try again in a little bit. They might be having dinner or something.
Yeah, you might want to call the hospital in uh, wherever we were earlier yesterday and ask about your dad.
Yeah, the hospital in Cambridge.
Cambridge, yeah.
Did
All I could think
we?
of was Harvard.
Yeah. She's like, hold it. Did either one of us get the number to the hospital up there?
Ask at the nurse's station if they have a phone book.
True.
There were such things back then, and
Yeah. Although the children of today don't even know what they are. But yeah, there was. There was. Yeah. Uh, so she goes out to the nurse's station and asks to use their phone book. Um, well, she asks them if she tells the nurse that she needs to call the hospital in Cambridge because her father is in there and he needs to check on. She needs to check on him, and so the lady says we don't have a phone book for Cambridge, but you can call the operator on the phone and tell them where you want to call, and they'll connect you. So she comes back into your room and does that. And the nurse that answers the phone says, um, I need to connect you with the doctor. And a couple minutes later, the doctor comes on the line and says, um, I'm sorry, Miss Dean, we couldn't save your father. There was the level of his injury was too high. There was no. He made it to the hospital, but we really couldn't do anything. Um, and uh, we would like to do an autopsy because we've never seen anything like that. But let us know in the next day or two uh, because we have to do something with the body. But I know that right now isn't a time that you're gonna make that decision. So, um, and her voice is really shaky, and she asked the doctor what the phone number to that hospital is, and writes it down, and says, "Thank you very much. I'll talk to my mother, and we'll give you a call in the next day or two. Uh, thank you, click." And she turns to you and says, Dad didn't make it.
That's pretty much what I thought.
Yeah. And um and she basically, as any daughter probably would, bre- just breaks down into tears at that point. And um well, she gets a 96 out of 77
Hmm.
on her sanity roll, and she basically just loses it right there. Like, she's in tears and she's just sort of randomly wandering around the room. Roll me a d6.
Two again.
So her sanity number is down to 75 now. Uh, she's got to lose five points in one go to become temporarily.
Hmm.
So, she's not quite that far, but Yeah, she's basically lost it pretty good here, and you're laying there not doing incredibly well yourself, and all of a sudden your daughter is like out of it. Uh, and all of a sudden your daughter's like, I'll check on you tomorrow. I have to get back.
Okay.
And
You want to make sure everything's all right in Boston?
yeah, because if there's something going on with my employer and his wife, I want to make sure the 8-year-old is okay.
I understand.
Um, and this is like completely out of the blue. Uh, the only way she's decided the only way she can hold together is to like start doing her job because
Hmm.
that's the one stable thing that she has after the last few days.
Right.
So she walks over and hugs you and says, I will be back down here in the morning. Do not
Okay.
let do not let them attempt to do anything until I'm here.
But what if they want to send me home?
Well, you're the um I guess you could take the bus, but uh, um actually it's your car that you guys use.
Right. Well, her car's at the house, so she could
Yeah,
theoretically take a taxi or something to
yeah.
back to my place to pick up her car.
So yeah, if you're okay to get home, um and they want to let you go home, you can drive home, but
Okay.
call me and let me know if you do that.
I
Uh,
will.
other than that, don't let them do anything before I get there, before I get
Okay.
here. And she, she walks out of the room. Um, the nurse comes in a little bit after that and goes, do you want something to help you sleep?
Might not be a bad idea.
Okay, question first. Do you want food?
I haven't eaten all day, but honestly, I'm a little afraid to try.
Uh, we we could give you like milk or something to
Yeah,
to see if it stays down.
yeah,
Okay,
that would work.
she said, okay, I'll be right back with the milk, and after you do that, we'll give you something to help you sleep. And she, she goes, she leaves. A few minutes later, she comes back with a glass of milk, and now you'll have to sit up to you don't want to drink this laying on your back.
Right.
So,
I'll sit up.
okay. She hands you the glass. She's like, I'll wait here till we see how this goes. So you drink a little bit of it. Surprisingly fresh milk for a hospital, actually. Uh, give me a con check.
Okay, that is 17 out of 50. So I think that's okay.
Okay. So the first swallow stays down, so you decide to drink the rest of the glass. So after you drink the rest of the glass, give me another con check to see if all of it stays down or not.
Come on. Come on. These fucking dice.
What?
Ah, you don't
What?
want to know.
Yeah.
96.
Uh, apparently the whole glass was too much for your stomach, and but this time with the nurse there, she's able to grab the basin off the nightstand and help you. And you end up throwing up into that. And there, there's a glass of milk and there's more blood. And she's like, oh, that's not good. uh, hmm. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be eating anything right now. Um, I can, however, get you something to help you sleep.
Okay.
And then tomorrow we'll have the doctor come in and um, we can see what he wants to do. So she goes and comes back in a couple of minutes with a couple of small white pills and a glass of water and goes, hopefully these will stay down. And you take them and you drink a little bit of the water. We'll say these stay down because I'm going to say that the water stays down because if you can't even keep water down, you're in serious trouble.
Right.
um, and you lay back down, and within 15 minutes, you're unconscious. Um, and you sleep probably the best sleep you've had in the last couple of days. Um, you wake up uh, because the nurse comes and wakes you up because the doctor is walking in behind her. And he starts doing the general, you know, blood pressure and all that stuff. And he pushes, and she told him what she saw when you drank the glass of milk. And so he starts poking and pushing on your stomach, which you know they would, because
Mm-hmm.
they always do. And it hurts. It hurts quite a bit, actually. So what do you do?
I'll react so he can tell it hurts. So you're like,
Mm. He immediately moves his hand. This is very strange. You don't have a history of stomach ulcers, do you?
no,
Um, because with you losing that much blood, there has to be a laceration somewhere in your stomach. There's
guess I could have had an ulcer I didn't know about.
possible. People often don't know about them until something like this happens. Um, we have medication for that, but before that, we have to make sure that that's what it is.
Right,
If, if this, if your stomach lining is torn in some way, we might have to do surgery to fix it.
right. I understand, but my daughter was very adamant about you not doing anything till she comes back tomorrow morning.
Well, no, this is the next day.
Oh, okay.
She was going to come and check on you this morning.
Oh, okay.
Oddly enough, she's not there yet. It is still a bit early, but uh, and the doctor is well. We
How,
can't.
how how do you determine what it is? What sort of tests do you need to
Well,
do?
we would have to do. I'm assuming they have ultrasound in 29. I could be wrong. Uh,
Huh? Hey.
yeah. Check on your phone and see.
Oh, it
Well,
was first used in 1928.
see, yeah, is the latest thing, and it lets
Oh wait,
us.
no. That was when it was first conceptualized.
Oh,
It was first used in 1956 for medical
fi-
purposes.
56. Okay.
Yes.
Um,
It was first conceptualized in 28. So,
it took them almost 30 years to figure out
yeah,
how to do it.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. But yeah, I guess so.
Um, yeah, that's a little iffy. We, there's no real way to find out without going in and doing exploratory surgery.
Well, when my daughter gets here, I guess we can talk about that.
Um, hopefully Don't wait too long.
Well, if I guess if I seem to get any worse, then I'll have to just go ahead and do it.
And I'm sorry I'm gonna have to do this, but you can't eat until we do this.
It's
I
okay. I don't really want to.
I know you haven't eaten in a couple of days, but we have to do this first.
I
Um,
understand.
and well, when your daughter gets here, have her tell the nurse, and the nurse will come and get me.
Okay.
Um, the day passes. It's now close to sunset.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ring for the nurse. Tell her when she comes in that for some reason my daughter never showed, and I'd like to talk to the doctor about doing this.
Okay. Um, the nurse says, "Okay, I'll go get him." While that's happening, are you gonna try and call your daughter? Or
Yeah, I do have the phone number for, her work number memorized,
right,
of course.
right.
So, yeah, I'll try to call.
Um, you call the first time and nobody answers. A little few minutes later, you decide to call again, and this male voice says, "Hello, who am I speaking with?"
My name is Iris Dean. My daughter works for you. Can I talk to her? Because I'm, of course, assuming it's the man of the house.
Um, this is Officer Patrick. Uh, I'm sorry to tell you that your daughter's employers and your daughter died this morning.
Nice. I drop the receiver and then have to, scramble around to pick it up again. And I'm like, died? How?
Uh, I don't believe this myself, but I will tell you what I saw. Their 8-year-old appears to have done it.
What?
The neighbor called us about 9 this morning, and we got here by 9:15. And when we got here, the 3 grown-ups were dead. The 8-year-old had he actually answered the door and let us in and he was smiling, but he had grayish goo dripping out of his mouth. And he had a carving knife covered with blood in his right hand. And from everything we can tell, right after breakfast, apparently, he grabbed this carving knife and repeatedly stabbed the three adults like several times each.
That's terrible. I'm assuming you have him in your custody.
Yes, we do. Um,
Has he said anything?
no, he hasn't said a word. And the gray goo hasn't stopped dripping out of his mouth the entire time. I've never seen anything like this. I'm sorry for the loss of your daughter, ma'am. Uh,
Yeah, it's a shock.
yeah.
Thank you.
And with that, the phone clicks. Give me a sanity roll.
Knew that was coming. 40 out of 80. My sanity's, unfortunately, I'm still sane.
You are. Give me a con check.
Oops. 21 out of 50.
Okay. You don't vomit again, surprisingly.
Well, that's good because it would probably kill me if I did at this point. So is the doctor on his way?
At about the time you hang up the phone, the nurse and the doctor walk in the door.
So, well, Dorothy's not coming, so I guess we need to discuss the whole exploratory surgery thing.
Well, the doctor's like, okay. Um, we make a small incision in the front of your stomach above your belly button and fold it back just enough to where we can see the lining of your stomach and see.
I'm assuming you're going to put me under for this.
Well, yes,
Good.
we do not do this with active patients, shall we
Good.
say. You will be strapped down to the operating table, however, just for your safety and ours, should you wake up in the middle of it, uh, which rarely does happen. Very rarely, but it has happened, so we do this. Um, and we take a few seconds and look around and make sure that there are no tears in your stomach lining. Then we sew the incision back up. If there are no tears in the lining, we start you on a regimen of ulcer medication until whatever's causing the bleeding stops.
And I guess you're probably going to tell me not to drink anymore, huh?
It would probably be best. You know,
Yeah.
I can't I can't order you to do anything, but if you don't want to end up back here repeatedly, I would, you know, stop doing that.
Yeah. Good. That's a good idea.
So, um, I am fairly clear today. We could have you prepped and ready to go within the hour, and we could get this done.
All right. I guess we'll go through with it then.
So he talks to the nurse, and the nurse steps out in the hallway and calls an orderly. And the orderly, same orderly you that brought you in, he's like, "Hi, good to see you again. How you doing?"
I've been better.
Well, hopefully, uh, whatever the doc's gonna do here will fix you right up.
Hopefully.
And he gives you the orderly, like, I have to shave your stomach in case there's any hair there. And and the nurse will give you a sedative to help with the anesthetic. So you really won't feel a thing by the time the surgery starts. And so, you know, they do the necessary prep, the sedative and all that. And the orderly picks you up and puts you on a gurney because he's this big, strong, husky looking guy and he can pick you up by himself and just put you over on a gurney and wheels you down the hall and hands you over to the stops right before they the doors for the surgery, and the surgery nurse takes over and pulls you into the surgery. And yeah, they lift you by the sheet method over onto the um, operating table and start pumping you full of anesthetic. Yeah. Up to now, you're conscious of everything. You're just out of it enough that nothing really hurts. You can't feel anything. You just know that you're conscious of what's going on. And then they put the mask over your face and tell you to count backwards from 100. And you start doing that. and you drift off into blackness, basically, because you're unconscious. And at this point, the camera pans up to the doctor and the nurse, and they start the procedure, and they fold your stomach back, and instead of a tear in your stomach, there's all this pulsing gray stuff. And they're like, oh, isn't that wonderful? Our children are growing quite nicely. And
You never trust medical professionals.
but you don't recover because the last thing you end up seeing as you pass out is oper- the walls around you in the operating room. And that's where we'll end game.
Oh. So we did both die.
Yep.
Oh.
I hope
So what exactly were the nurse and doctor? What kind of lovely creatures were they?
they're called the Sons of Yaggeroth or Jagger Soloth. They
Okay.
are uh
I've actually heard that, and of course,
yeah,
the
yeah,
what's his face Lovecraft type weirdness.
right. Uh Soloth is one of the major uh, eldritch monsters, and
Right.
his children can basically take any form they like,
Hmm.
uh, including invisible, which is how you got to be an incubator for
Oh,
for
lovely.
his children. Uh, it have remember the little interlude in Robert's bedroom with the hole in the wall?
Hmm.
It was waiting for you,
Ah, of course it was.
and it was invisible.
So then was the 8-year-old one of these things?
Yeah, that's why. That's why it killed everybody.
And the doctor and nurse are both
Right.
wonderful.
So, uh, the nurse, the doctors and nurses at the Cambridge hospital weren't. It's just that Robert's wounds were actually
Right.
too too much.
So
Yeah,
how did he and his whatever she was get it? Was that from the hole in the wall
yeah,
too?
yeah. Being invisible, it just attacked both of them, and
Mm.
they didn't have a chance. So, so did you have fun on this Thanksgiving?
Yes. Well, at least your Thanksgiving is not going to go as bad as my characters did.
No,
Well, actually,
prof.
it was a couple days after Thanksgiving, but yeah.
If it does, we're all in trouble. If that scenario actually happens to somebody, we're all dead. Uh,
Right.
because they spread pretty quick. So I hope the people watching this on YouTube later enjoy it. I had a lot of fun. I'm assuming Robin did too, but
Yes, I did. I
uh,
had fun.
uh, you know, subscribe and all that fun stuff, and jump on our Discord and uh, talk to some of the interesting party members that hang out on our Discord, and you can meet Jinx that like can't manage to live through breakfast most of the time. Yeah, so he's actually a really cool guy to talk to, but he just has problems with meals. um, Next week we will be back with Fallen Dragons, and hopefully most of our players will be there.
Yeah, hopefully.
Melody will still be in Mexico, but
Well,
uh,
she won't be there then.
other than that, yeah, she won't be back until the like 4th or 5th of next month. So, um, but yeah, go on, follow the links down below this, and go on Amazon and buy all of Robin's books. And it's approaching Christmas. They make good presents, especially for those that like weird stories.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, if you like Twilight Zone type of stuff, you'll like my stories.
How is your zombie apocalypse novel coming?
It's writing. I don't know. I think I'm proving again that writing novels is beyond me. I might just go
Uh,
back to short stories.
Novels take a lot of time, and they're so much bigger, so they're harder to do.
Right. And honestly, it's harder to think out a long-term plot than it is to think up short stories.
But what what you should do is like maybe write several short stories that are linked together in a way, and
Hmm.
then maybe you could do it that way.
Right.
Or you could do a collection of short stories that are all about the same thing,
Right.
which it'd be the same as a novel, but maybe easier to do. But anyway, uh, um, this will be up in within 48 hours, and so will the podcast. Um, our podcast came out in Brazil not long ago, which
Oh,
is kind of cool. So we added another country. So if you like, if you prefer podcasts, we're on Anchor and Spotify and two or three other ones. So the links are in the description for that too. So um, I think that's all I got for now. So
yeah. See you next
we'll
time.
we'll see you next week for Fallen Dragons and see what kind of trouble they get into.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they won't die quite as badly as this was, but you never know. So, with that, I'll say goodnight.
Night.